Hello, and thank you for checking out my Dishonored 2 100% very hard difficulty, no damage run. If you're using this run as a guide or walkthrough for your own playthrough, following my strategies and approach will get you the ghostly and shadow achievements in a single playthrough. Unlike Dishonored 1, you cannot complete the Clean Hands achievement in Dishonored 2 and get 100% completion in the same playthrough. This is because during Mission 7, you must kill the mission target in order to spawn the final 52 coins in the level. So you can use this run as a guide for the Clean Hands achievement, but you'll have to make a choice during Mission 7 as to which path you want to take, either Clean Hands or 100%. When we get there, I'll explain how to do both, and every other mission in this run is completed Clean Hands, in case you choose to go that route. The criteria for this run was the health bar could not drop below 100% from the moment you take control of your character until the game is completed and the credits roll. 100% was defined as collecting all runes, bone charms, outsider shrines, paintings, blueprints, and coins from each level. At no time during this run were restarts or reloads allowed if damage was taken, nor could a save state be used to avoid damage, avoid being seen, or manipulate enemy spawns and positioning. If any of these conditions were not met, a complete restart of the game was required. So with all that explanation out of the way, sit back, relax, and enjoy the run. So similar to my Dishonored 1 commentary, there are many sections in this run where the strategy and approach are very straightforward, meaning there's no real randomness to the encounter. So during those sections, I won't be commentating because you can simply just copy what I do to be successful. So I'll really only be commentating on things you need to know outside of what you see in an attempt to give you as much knowledge as I can to make your run through the game easier. I also want to go ahead and address the missing chunk of health on the health bar, because inevitably if I don't, someone will say something about it in the comments. I mean, to be fair, someone's probably still going to say something in the comments about it, but that's developer forced. As soon as you start gaining control of Emily, you'll automatically have that missing. So that doesn't count against us. It doesn't count as damage taken. There's nothing I can do to avoid that. So as soon as I can heal up, we'll heal that up, and then you'll never see that drop again. So while we're waiting for our target to come through, I feel like someone somewhere is going to be wondering, Hayete, why did you decide to go with Emily over Corvo? And really the answer boils down to the first few levels, like basically missions 1 through 3 or 1 through 4 are much, much easier with Emily. Overall, for the entirety of the run, I think Corvo would be better. Like if I could swap after those missions, I think Corvo would be the way to go because he has time freeze, which affects an entire level. Whereas Emily has the mesmerize ability and can kind of affect a localized area. But holistically, it makes it easier in the first 30% to 50% of the run being Emily, because you're able to scale her powers with less runes. So you get to like full power strength much easier than you do with Corvo. So that's really the real reason. Again, I do think Corvo would be the better pick for a no damage run that you're trying 100%. But being that, you know, by default, his blink ability is half the range of Emily's until you upgrade it. Emily can pull people to her with far reach, which is very, very useful. Mesmerize is very useful. Domino, where you link minds and then whatever you do to one affects all of them, is very, very useful. And you'll see all of those techniques played out through this run. But I did want to address it just because I feel like somebody somewhere is going to be wondering that.
Until I understand this, I have to go into hiding. I should make my way to the docks. I've got to get out of Dunwall. What do I have to do to help my father? What do I have to become?
Alright, so for mission 1, we've done all the easy stuff. So now it's just all the hard stuff. And this is probably the hardest mission in the entire game, simply because you don't have powers. And when I say it's the hardest, I mean to 100%, not to just complete. And that's simply because there are so many enemies that are surrounded by other things that will spot you or whatever. that essentially I'm gonna take everyone out in this level, more or less. So for example, I have to take out this guard that's talking to these other three because he has a pouch on him. And unlike Dishonored 1, Dishonored 2's AI can be very, very random. So I'm going to take this guy out. I'm going to pick his body up because I don't want them to see it. And I'm going to move off to this side. And one of two scenarios will play out. About 80% of the time, one of the guards, usually the one that's patrolling on the street side, will realize that this guard is not in his position and will initiate a search. And that will pull the other guard into a search. About 20% of the time, this guy will walk through and not even care, and nothing will change. And this will be a reoccurring theme for much of the game, where certain enemy encounters are randomized. So you have to have strategies in place for both scenarios. So essentially what I'm doing is I brought the body to the top so they can't see it. And now I'm getting this guy to keep seeing me so I can pull him close to the building so that I can take him out. Now, once I take him out, what I do next is going to be determined by what this guard does. So sometimes he'll go peek into the guard shack. Sometimes he'll stand on the edge like he's doing now. But I need to wait for my time to move. And then I can pick the body up if the game will let me. I can pick the body up and then move it up to a secure spot on the roof where he won't be able to see it. And so now I just have to wait to see what this guard does. Sometimes he'll move close to this building. Sometimes he'll start back heading down the street. It just kind of depends. So I just got to wait to see what he does. I believe he walks over to me, but I could also be misremembering. And so as I make this drop, I got to be very careful not to touch the rail because the rail's electrified. And if I touch that, I'll take damage. So the combination for the safe that I'm about to open is actually behind that painting that I just ripped off the wall. You can see it over there in the right corner, 451. And it will be 451 always for every playthrough on this mission and the final mission. And if you loot both of them, you'll get an achievement in the final mission when you open it. So I'm going to peek through the keyhole here. I just want to determine what position this guard is in. Because he can be in various positions. And I just want to make sure that when I open the door, he's not walking towards me. So as I climb up here, I want to just hold on the wall and look to see what the position of the guard is that's in front of me that patrols this area. Now, I will say one of the big, surprises when I started playing Dishonored 2 was that in Dishonored 1, you had the ability to kind of peek around corners. And you could still do that in Dishonored 2, but in Dishonored 1, you could peek around a corner and no one would notice you, ever. In Dishonored 2, if you read the tutorial for corner peeking, it tells you that you can do it and people won't see you. But anyone that's played Dishonored 2 knows that's absolutely not the case. So a lot of the time, I'm going to use walls or hard covers in the same way that you would use corner peeking. Because in the game, if you're up against a wall, enemies, for whatever reason, can't see your head poking above it. If you use the button to kind of push your head up, they'll see you. But as you can see, I'm crouched down behind this wall and I can clearly see over it. But they're not going to be able to see me. So I want you to think of getting behind a wall, getting behind a box, getting behind an object, and looking over it as Dishonored 2's corner peeking. Okay? Because corner peeking in this game is pretty useless for the vast majority of instances. So for the next enemy I have to take out, this guy's a pain in the butt because I swear every playthrough he gets stuck somehow. And I don't really have a foolproof way of dealing with that. So what you're seeing is I just kind of like run around, move back in the level, go forward, jog through, crouch down. Like I just do stuff and eventually he gets unstuck. And I don't know why that helps, but it does because in other playthroughs, I've literally sat here and waited and he just stays there forever, walking into this barricade or whatever. So I imagine inevitably someone else is going to experience this. Maybe it's just a me problem. I don't know. But if you experience this, good luck. Just move around, go do random things, and eventually this guy will unstick himself from walking into this barricade. So that's essentially what I'm trying to do right now. Eventually it'll work and we'll wait for him to path down and then I can take him out from the back. All right, so you might have wondered why I stashed this bottle down here from earlier. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use this bottle to create noise away from my position to bring in one of the guards. Now, where I threw that bottle is very, very important. If you throw it closer to where I am, you have the potential to pull multiple guards down, which obviously is not ideal. So make sure that you target exactly where I threw that to bring only this one guard down. So what I need to do now is make sure that the guard that patrols the street is away from here. He's walking away. And then I'm just going to hit this corner here to pull in the next guard. If you do that with the guard down here at the end of the street, then he'll come with this guy, which obviously would be bad.
Traitorous dog.
So the reason I had to clear these guards out is because the guard shack here has a few coins in it. And as I mentioned earlier, that's what makes this level so difficult on 100% and why I end up having to take out basically every enemy in the level is because enemies will just be around, you know, this little pocket of coins. There'll be 2 coins here or 3 coins there or something like that. And there'll be like 3 enemies around it. And you just you have to take them out to get them because there's really no other way to do that quietly that at least I could find.
I've got to get away. I should talk to the captain of that ship.
So very important detail here. When I drop down to go make the noise, I need to open the dumpster. If I was to climb back on top of the dumpster, then he would see me as he's running down. But as long as I'm down in the dumpster, he doesn't see me. So make sure that you don't miss that detail.
Special edition. Empress Delilah Caldwin, rightful heir to the throne, has taken power in Dunwall.
So for this encounter, I'm going to save the journalist here. You absolutely do not have to do this. And in fact, it doesn't matter if you do. If I let this guy die in mission 1, for whatever weird reason in mission 9, when I come back through here, he's alive again. So there really is no consequence to saving this guy or letting him die, that I'm aware of anyway. But what I wanted to mention here is, if you are going to save him, you need to make sure that you take out the guard right when he finishes the dialogue before he attacks. The reason for that is, in my testing, about 50% of the time, if I took this guard out before that point, then I would get a enemy spotted, and my ghost and shadow achievement would just be destroyed. And I believe that happens because it's counted as a civilian, the journalist, seeing you take out a guard.
Closer so we can talk.
And I don't know if that's a bug or if that's intended, but in my testing, it happened about 50% of the time. But whenever I waited until right when he was about to attack, it never happened. So I just wanted to be sure to at least give you guys that knowledge, and maybe that'll save a couple of you from losing your achievements.
Sometimes I think she's deaf on it.
So as I turn left down the alley here, if I can get past these civilians quickly enough, it actually makes this area up here easier because they won't walk towards me. So unfortunately, I don't get that. They start walking down, and when that happens, I have to do this section completely different. If they weren't walking towards me right now, I could take this guard out literally right now. I wouldn't have to wait. But because this female civilian will walk all the way out into this back courtyard area, I'm going to have to wait for her to get in position. And I'm going to have to wait for the guard to walk all the way down to the left, where he'll pee beside a dumpster or something. So I just wanted to point out that there is a little bit of nuance there. If you can sneak past those guys and they don't move, you can do this section faster. If they move, which is what you're going to see here, you have to do it a little bit different.
Night. Maybe I ought to try one of those sleeping tinctures.
To keep watch over a place where someone was just
So the strategy in the next room, you're going to see that I'm going to set up to basically sprint across the floor in a specific section. If this is done properly, it should only pull one guy out of the two that are on the ground floor. However, sometimes it can pull both of them. So it's very, very important that you kind of evaluate the situation before you continue with the strategy. If you get the guy, if you're running across the ground, that little lightning bolt that tells you they're detecting you, if that goes into gray, then more than likely both of them are going to get pulled up here. And you'll know that because they're going to run up here instead of walk up here. Okay. But if you get it to where it's just like the gray, it's like halfway up the lightning bolt, then what will generally happen is it will just be the one. However, I think this guy got stuck. And so I thought that he wasn't even here. So this was very, very lucky that I didn't get caught out and seen. I guess maybe he got stuck on the stairs or something down there. I obviously don't have any way of knowing, but when that happens, because it has happened a few times, it's very rare, but when that does happen, you just want to make sure that you get out of that stairwell immediately. You drop on him, you take him out, and you leave. Because if it does pull the second guy, that guy will lag behind pretty far, which means you'll have enough time to get the body out. And then you can just look over the rail like I did. And if you see him down here, you can do what I did. If you don't see him, you'll know he's coming up the stairs. And then you can deal with that by basically just going and waiting for him to come back down.
That's it for my shop. The entire mine will be ruined.
You don't want to be out on the streets right now. Move along.
People of Dunwall, aiding a fugitive is now punishable by death. Aid the city watch in this time of transition. I'll help you look around.
I'll just check what that was.
So let's...
South.
So for the 2 guards that are left here, I need to basically wait until the far one is starting to walk from where he's leaning up against the right side of this building across to the left, which is what he's doing now. And then when that happens, I need to take this guy out and start walking with his body towards this guy. I'm not going to have a whole lot of time to get in position for this, so I need to make sure that I'm as close to him as I can be, because you probably have about 1 second right there of leeway before he turns around from the point where I grabbed him, before he turns around to lean up against those crates to where he would be able to see you. So it is doable and repeatable, that strategy, but you do have to be a little quick with it. So I just want to point out, make sure you hide the bodies where I hid them, those 2 bodies I just hid. Because for the next section that we're going to go into in the pub, there's a cash register that I have to loot for some coins, and that cash register,
First, the shortage of Wale.
basically every approach I've tried will get you seen like half the time. So the way that I deal with it is I open the cash register now, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to head outside and I'm going to shoot my gun. Now what that's going to do is it's going to make the civilians freak out.
This is bad.
They're going to run out of the pub, and then I'm just going to trade with them. As they run out, I'm going to go in. Now you do have to be quick about this, because if you linger around the civilians too long, they'll go into an alert status. But as long as you get in here quick enough, they will never see you. So this will be 100% successful every time, as long as you do it right.
That's all about the change.
Ah, the Hatter gang. Also ready to profit from times of turmoil.
Can't make it easier for them.
That's what I'm saying. We need a network of shops selling contraband, just like they've got down in Sarkonis. People are getting rich in Colero and Karnaca, even after paying the Grand Guard to look the other way.
So we set up some black market shops, pass along whatever we score, and we run security for the shopkeepers.
Right, and we take a cut on the sales. I'm telling you, the wind is blowing in our favor for once.
Lady Emily.
Yes, I'm ready. Am I still aboard Megan's ship? Feels odd. I can feel something moving closer.
Empress?
It burns from the inside. I feel like I'm standing at the edge of something. The stories, they're true. Know you. When I was
You're up. We'll take the skiff to the shore when you're ready. Ready for me to drop you at the docks?
Let's go see the streets where my father grew up.
Off we go then.
It won't do to be recognized.
Welcome to
Ship is that out
Karnak,
there?
stranger.
You know the skipper?
That's Adamire in the distance.
Take the squad on board and conduct a search. Give the crew time.
So where's the cargo?
I don't see any signs of Pharaoh. He seems to be late.
Or maybe
Yeah, they pass along to another ship at discount.
So I do want to mention, very similar to my approach in Dishonored 1, I tried to conserve my mana energy, whatever they call it, I forget, for my powers in this game. So you'll see that a lot of the time I'll sit there and wait for it to recharge before I go again. That is by design. I'm just making sure that I always have as many of the potions or the solutions as I can. Because if something goes wrong and I need to relocate or I need to do something really fast that's going to consume a lot of that energy, I want to make sure that I have enough. So I just wanted to point that out. I know I pointed it out in Dishonored 1. And I just wanted to make sure to mention it again to set the expectation. I do want to mention real quick that last guy that I pickpocketed with the maroon shirt. He paths basically where I encountered him down to the bar. So I just want to make sure that you're aware. If you don't see him exactly where I encountered him, just kind of move your way back towards where we came to the bar. And he's usually like down that way, but he always will have that maroon shirt on, so he's fairly easy to spot.
Fellow Serkona, are we gonna let a few blood flies stop us?
I'm in. Just remember to move slowly.
We don't even know if the people inside had any money.
Hey, come here. From his travels, an additional tariff will be levied against foot traffic near the Grand Palace.
So here at the black market, I'm going to go ahead and upgrade the incendiary bolt, both levels of that, and I'm going to upgrade my pistol. Essentially, this is just in anticipation of dealing with all of the blood fly stuff that we're going to have to deal with.
My name's Mindy Blanchard.
Move slowly, stay away from the nests, and try to avoid getting filled with bloodfly venom and eggs.
So I have to loot this dead body up here that has blood flies all over it, and usually I don't have this much trouble, so usually you just kind of throw the flammable rum at the body and it burns all of it. The first one basically impacted one of the blood flies that was in front of me, and then the second one did the same thing. Burnt the body, but didn't really deal with the blood flies. So the backup plan is basically just throw a grenade in, and the explosion will deal with them. But this one can be a little iffy sometimes, so I just wanted to explain why I was doing what I was doing there. So just like Dishonored 1, bone charms in Dishonored 2 are completely randomized. They'll always be the same type of bone charm, whether that's a standard one or some of the bigger ones, but they'll never from run to run be the exact same one every time. So really the strategy with bone charms is just use what makes sense, and generally that defaults to increasing my energy and maybe some sneaking and some speed items. For this room, I really need to get a grenade in here. I couldn't find a safe way to turn into this room and deal with the blood flies other than doing that. So I can still hear that they're like fluttering around. So I'm going to go ahead and throw another one in. Hope it lands in the right place to take them out. Don't hear the fluttering anymore, so I know I'm good to go in. So one quick note that I didn't mention because I was talking. There were 2 blood fly nests leading up to this point that I shot with the incendiary bolts. Make sure you do that. If you shoot them with the gun, then this like blood fly keeper or whatever up here will become aware to your presence and come down the stairs, and we don't want that. So I actually take a pretty big risk here. If you sleep this keeper and he walks down towards where the black market key is, and when he passes out, he hits the glass, a good majority of the time, he's going to die. I don't know why that interaction kills him, but it can. So ideally, you want to sleep him when he's not near that object.
face is covered. Vanguard won't like that.
What is wrong with this city?
For the copper wire that I'm about to get here, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, if you loot this when you're in view of these civilians, they will freak out. I don't know why that happens, but for that specific item, you have the chance of them freaking out, seeing you, and then it will count against you for, you know, not being spotted by enemies or whatever. So be very careful when you pick up that copper wire.
Too late for that, Rapallo. Guess what happens next? No! This is how we get rid of snitches.
So small little interaction here to be aware of. The guard that's talking right now, the one that's at the top of the screen, not the bottom, when he starts to walk away, he's going to have some dialogue with the enemy that I just took out. For whatever reason, the game is coded for him to look in the direction of where his body is, no matter where it is. So you want to make sure that when you go to drop down on him, you don't do it too early, otherwise he might see you as you're coming down.
From the time of the rat plague.
So after I choke this guy out, I'm going to move down just to hit the trigger for the dialogue for the other overseer, and then I'm going to go get everything while he's doing his discussion.
What? Here?
This area is restricted.
Karnaka was a lovely...
So I'm going to go ahead and upgrade Far Reach here. Basically, this is so that I can now start to pull enemies, but more importantly, so that I can grab one of the runes that I need from the overseers without actually having to go down there and deal with them. And that'll happen later. It's the rune that's like on the table right out front of the overseer compound. So for this window here, I'm going to shoot this. Be careful if you hit it with your sword, because there's a grenade there. Even if you shoot it sometimes, if you're at the wrong angle, you could hit that grenade. So just be careful you don't do that, because you'll blow yourself up.
Every man. Those leading this city would gamble with all that we have built, with your very family. Apart from the flocks entrusted to our care. fallen to the muddiest ditch of disgrace. That is sometimes I wonder if wouldn't be better.
So I just want to mention here that me impacting the sleep dart on the side of the door was not the strategy. That was an accident. Like, I thought my crosshair was fine because it wasn't obstructed. Clearly it impacted the wall, which alerted this overseer at the bottom, but not really a big deal because that guy can't go anywhere, so he just kind of stands there. So this is the rune I mentioned earlier that we were getting the far reach upgrade for, and the bone charm that's beside it. This just makes it so that I don't have to deal with any of the enemies down there. And since I don't have to deal with any of the enemies down there, I also can skip having to deal with the civilians they're talking to. Because unless the overseers are interrupted, they will just infinitely talk to the civilians, which means the civilians never walk away. So that means they never populate the area, and I don't have to worry about, like, sneaking around them.
Only those who turn from the
Vice Overseer Liam Byrne.
Heretic's body is important, even though I don't fully understand the situation. We'll wait for the Vice Overseer.
When should Byrne arrive?
He's engaged currently. He'll send someone else, maybe Overseer Kindana. Until then, we stay where we are.
Won't the heretic's corpse attract blood flies, brother?
No, I've dusted it already. We should be fine here for now. But mark me, anyone who shows up here has ill will at heart. There are no coincidences in Karnaca.
That's it. The body Mindy sent me after.
Now sits on the throne of Dunwall, and that the Duke of Circinus is in her thrall, as is whispered in parlors and alehouses across the Empire. Do not doubt. We will verify this claim, and we will act. And at the end of it all, the Abbey will stand in the ashes.
More Grand Guard soldiers. Best to avoid.
My nerves are shot. Something unsavory going on. I'm getting good and drunk after this.
blood ox stew tonight? I'm starving.
So for the two guards that are down by the water, what you're going to see here is the only way that I could find to consistently get these enemies to do the same thing every single time. And so what I'm doing is I'm waiting for the guard to get close enough to the one that's standing still, and then I'm going to shoot this light 2 times. If I shoot it once, then what would happen is both the guards would run, sprint up to the light, investigate, and then they would go do random things. However, I found that if I shot it twice, for whatever reason, they don't sprint to the light, they walk. And they'll always be that one will walk to the right and one will walk to the left. And then the one that walks to the left will get to a certain point and then abruptly turn around and follow the one on the right. So what this allows me to do is, because they're staggered now, I can basically wait until the one back here gets over kind of like to the shadows where the civilians won't see him, and I can sleep him and then drop down on the first one. And so this was a really nice way to keep this really consistent, using a strategy that was just going to work the same way every single time, which is what I usually like to have in my strategies. So I was really thankful that I was able to find this, and for whatever reason, it was just shooting the light twice instead of shooting it once.
Could be found across.
So as I move into the next area with the dead body, it's very important that I go onto this overhang, because if I just walk in, then nearly 100% of the time, the civilians in the market will see that and they'll all run and scatter. And that will count against your shadow achievement. So make sure that you copy what I do. That way you don't run the risk of losing your achievement.
Cover your face.
Let's ask the land agent to re-inspect the riverside drains.
That'll be just the theme.
I'm thinking we need another evening at the run.
We should rent another boat sometime soon. From the south, you're on to the teeth.
Could we nominate get your nephew a sanitation committee chair?
That's it. The electricity's off.
Splendid idea.
Could I interest you in a game of cards?
Adonai Station. This should take me out to the Institute. I have to tell myself that fixing all this will bring back prosperity. This must be the alchemist's apartment. Alexandria Hypatia. The bloodflies have flourished with all the Duke's executions.
Say that. It makes no sense. Anyway, I'm not the one who did the kissing.
I'm sure it's nothing. Someone just heard a dog bark or something. Because now we're all on edge.
Alright, so I'm going to do something really cool with this body in that I'm going to break one of these windows with it. And for whatever reason, breaking this window with the body does not alert any of the guards that are down in the station. However, if you break that with your sword, with a thrown object like a cup or something, or a bottle, or if you break that with like shooting it with like your crossbow, it will alert them. I have absolutely no idea why the body doesn't alert them, but anything that you do stemming from your person does. That's got to be something in the code, but I just wanted to point that out in case anyone was curious, like why I did that. It's just to open the window up. And the whole reason I'm having to open that window up and do a whole bunch of different things is because my original strategy was basically break that window. There's a guard that's sitting like kind of over by a ledge. And so I would wait for him, and when he got over there, I would sleep dart him. And he would fall forward, and it was a great strategy. And then one of my runs, I got to the end of this level and it said I killed somebody, and I was like, I killed no one. What are they talking about? And then I realized that I slept that guy, and I guess he just fell and interacted with like a furnace or boiler or something that's right beside him and died. And that's one of my biggest gripes with this game, is how inconsistent your actions are when they interact with the enemies in the world. So I've had it where I have slept dart somebody that was sitting on a rail. And this rail wasn't overlooking a ledge or anything crazy. It was just like a rail, like the one that's right here by this guard. And the guy fell forward and died from it 100% of the time. And I had to change my entire approach and strategy because of it. So it's things like that that make this game harder than it probably should be, just because the interactions are so inconsistent sometimes in what you think should happen. So getting back to the run, basically when this guy gets done with his dialogue, so right when he says go, we're going to shoot. And this gives it the perfect timing such that as this other guard turns his back to me, the one that was closest to me will fall, and it just makes the timing on everything really good.
So he says, keep alert, and I says, I haven't been. I've been alert. And then he says, oh yeah, this time, I really mean it.
Never earned those medals. I'm twice the soldier he is. Someone should say something.
Damn it, I need to pee.
All right, so now that I'm done with the station, I'm going to head back to the black market to rearm everything, simply because in mission 3, there's no way for me to do that. So I want to go ahead and stock up on everything now, and then we'll loot the black market and then head back and finish the level. Now I was trying to get up that rock, and my general rule is if I can't get up that rock on the right side the first like 1 or 2 times, then I'm basically done, because it's very, very easy to miss that jump anyways and hit the spiked fence, and then you take damage. So I tried to get up it a couple of times and it wasn't working, and it made me nervous, so I was like, screw it, and just decided to go around it. Which is probably what I should be doing anyways all of the time, instead of risking taking damage on the fence.
Welcome back. I'll take that deal. Come back soon. I mean, if I'm still here.
I miss being dry and warm.
Looks like they're doing maintenance on the carriage building again. Should we check it out?
Nah. I'm just making sure it's still in order. But you never know when the dude's gonna send something out here to check. It's odd. But he keeps an eye on Adamar.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on here. After last night, I'm sure of that. I saw something. Whatever I saw, it didn't move like a person.
Before I got transferred to Addermire, I saw one of the Crown Killer crime scenes. Whoever tore that old couple apart, they were enjoying it.
So what do you think, then?
I don't know. Coming back at dawn, smudges of blood on the windows. I don't know what to think. Maybe the Duke found some new bear or ape from Pandysia. Keeps me up at night just thinking about it. I used to feed them to the duck.
Even the familiar parts of the city are starting to feel dodgy.
J.K. Elemental Arrest U and V double V X.
Dr. Hypatia's office is off limits to you.
Begging you. It would only take a few hours for Dr. Hypatia to see them. My 7-year-old broke her leg carrying water down to the miners. And my 3-year-old has been coughing dust for weeks. His skin is so pale, he's gray. I could bring them here.
I am very sorry. There's nothing I can do. Dr. Hypatia doesn't accept patients anymore, and the Institute is under the Grand Guard Authority. Apparently, you can't be trusted to do your job without creating trouble.
So for this wall of light, it's very, very important that you do not disconnect the power until the guard that's behind the civilian has walked through it. So if you look on the right, there's kind of like a white line that goes down under the arch. So I want to wait until he walks through that. And then you want to disconnect it, because if you do it before that, he'll go into alert status and pull the guy I just took out into alert as well.
The Duke of Serkonos. This part of the facility's been abandoned for a while.
Alright, so as I head back to the main area, there's one guard up ahead that can basically spawn in 3 different ways. So he can either come down this elevator that's in front of me, he can spawn up on the 2nd floor and walk down the stairs beside the elevator, or he could have just gotten ahead of me when I was doing all of this, and he's off in the corridor to the right. So in this one, he's coming down the elevator. Honestly, it doesn't matter which one he does. I just need to ensure that as I go from here over into this consultation area, that he doesn't come down the elevator or down the stairs and catch me as I'm crossing. So just something to be aware of. There are, again, 3 different ways. And if he got ahead of me, he would have been in the room that I just threw him in. So he would be sitting at a table on a typewriter. All right, so for this last guard, there is a bit of precision with where you set up to make this pull. If you do it a little bit too close, he can actually impact the top of the entryway here. And if you do it at other angles, the dogs can see you. So it's very, very important that you get in the right spot when you pull him. Now, the only reason I'm taking out all those guys is because much later on, I'll need to drop the elevator so I can break the floor open so I can access one of the runes and the painting and stuff like that. And if those guys are still there, they will get alerted, obviously, by the noise, and they'll come to investigate, and I don't want that. So just make sure that you take those guys out so that once you get to that point, you don't have to worry about kind of dodging the guards and stuff like that.
So let's see. What was it? Damn it. Did I imagine that?
The howler.
What I wouldn't give for an entire squad that never asked questions.
It is odd, sir. There aren't even any patients here anymore. The men don't understand what's so important about Dr. Hypatia. What should I say when it comes up?
Next time someone mentions it, just tell them that the Duke will have us flayed alive if anything happens to her.
That's clear enough.
I so enjoy what.
She stays where we want her. Hypatia never leaves Atterbury. Remember that.
Sir, it's just that the other night she went missing, and I still don't see how she got out.
Maybe we're not clear on this, Corporal. In case anyone asks, the good doctor never leaves the grounds unless it's on official business for the Duke. Got it?
I think I understand, sir. Whole family stung to death. So disfigured. Blood fly nests all around them. It's horrible.
Have gotten out of hand here.
Twice the.
That's the watchtower.
Someone should say something.
Wait!
Is Hamilton in there? How is he?
He's losing it.
Am I seeing things? They have to know something.
Hopefully it's inside. Her assistant's book. Disgusting. For her sake, I hope this works.
So for Hypatia, it's very important when you're doing the non-lethal option that you do not try to administer the cure via an air takedown. For whatever reason, if you try to drop on her from above, she just automatically knows that you're there and you'll get counted as spotted by an enemy. So make sure that you get on the ground like I did and then administer the cure that way.
Dr. Hypatia? She's gone. What happened?
Yet. I don't like it. Ready now?
Yes. Let's get back to the ship.
Just want Anton back here. Safe and sound.
You're...
How did that
Dr.
old fool
Hypatia,
come to mean so much
can you
to me?
remember? I'm not sure I even fully understand what you did.
Ramsey and the Crown Killer. 2 pieces of the puzzle. More to go.
Let's hope your friend doesn't sink the boat while we're gone. Ready?
Ready.
All right, let's get underway.
This is the Duke. Just a woke from your dream. Turn red wave. Rising up from the ocean.
You look like you can take care of yourself.
Funny to think about it, but you could be reading the letter right now. Thinking about me. Right now.
If I had two, I'd give him one. I still got me one, but better right.
Alright, so I quickly want to talk to the blacksmith here. This will spawn in Paolo and his two guards. So I need to get out of here and up onto this pipe as quickly as I can. And then I'm just going to wait until they get into this area. At some point, Paolo will tell them to lock it down. And then what will happen is they'll all start to flow down the stairs one by one. And so at that point, I can just get behind them and take them out. Now, unfortunately, I didn't know at the time that I was doing this run, but I found out as I've been routing out the no powers, no damage run, that there's a faster way that you can do this, which is to simply stay up on the pipe and basically drop takedown the guy in the back. Then you'll get up on the wall to the right of the stairs. You'll drop takedown the second one. And then from the stairs, you can just stand straight up and jump down and take Paolo out before he ever makes it down to this door. And once you take him out, you can just kind of like run back up to the top, get in that big open courtyard area, and then just crouch down and just kill all the rats as they run to you.
He's gone.
I didn't realize that at the time, but feel free to either do that method or you can do the method I've done here. Obviously, the one that I did for this run is a little bit more involved, but as you can see, it works. So either one, you'll be successful.
What just happened? Come in. I might have what you've been asking for. Deal well made. A pleasure. Gonna do business. You won't be sorry. Things were so much better just a decade ago. I shouldn't deal with strangers.
Impressive how you managed to get there.
You
Be
said
careful.
whale oil.
Those
Got
people
it for
in the
you.
oil tanks
Not easy to
might
pinch
still
either.
be.
Oh, you screwed up. It won't work without another tank. Not enough blast.
What's going on here?
I was pretty sure I took it with me.
I'm bored. Someone should have come through. Already.
You'll tip off the mark.
How long we gonna wait for some lost aristocrat to stumble through?
Long. Maybe I just won't pay at all. Who's gonna say anything?
Alright, so as you can see, I'm linking the 3 enemies here. Now, unfortunately, I can't just take them out because they'll see each other get taken out because of the way they're facing. So what I'm going to do is, since they're chained, I'm going to go ahead and blind them all. Let's go ahead and get what I need, though. There we go. So we're going to use the Howling Bolts to blind all of them. And then, because they're still linked, we can sleep all of them.
When the Grand Guard go into the place and see it packed solid with blood flies, they burn the building to the ground. And the ones on either side.
They may just smoke flashing. Either way, the jewels will be ruined. We're not getting our money.
Have some faith. It'll just be more complicated than I thought it would be.
The Duke let me
Alright, so I only have 2 guards left to deal with before we move on to the next section of the level. And what you'll notice is that I'm not going to raid the ticket booth. I'm not going to disable the wall of light. I'm not going to go raid the black market. I'm going to do all of that stuff when I come back through here right before we finish the level. And the reason for that is because the witches will have killed all of the soldiers and will have dispersed all of the civilians out. And once I take them out, I can just free run through the area. So it just makes it easier. So we'll take care of all of that stuff at the very end of this mission.
I can see Jindosh's mansion from here.
Wages, this is the worst assignment.
I'll help you look around. Where did you disappear to?
Huh?
Someone was supposed to keep watch here. Fine, I'll do it.
Thing that ever happened in this city. Give me a handful of the Clockworks and I'll clean up the dust district.
I don't know. Maybe the tall boys were better from the time of the rat plague. They made people stand up straight.
Times change. If the Duke has his way, we'll have an army of the Clockwork soldiers by this time next year.
Don't even know that. I can just go to yes. Blood ox stew tonight. Starving.
Something's gotta go. Gotta drive. Gotta go for a whiskey or something.
So for this guard that I'm about to alert, it's very, very important for the strategy that you do not let his gray lightning bolt go all the way to the top. If it gets all the way to the top, he'll pull some of the guards beyond the wall of light down, and it will kind of mess this whole thing up. So there's a little bit of nuance with that. Make sure it stays in the gray. So generally you want it at 50% to 75%, and try not to let it go below or over that range.
What am I? Like a stuck leg, that's what. Nothing. Worse than nothing.
Right now.
There's something comforting about this.
All right, one quick note on this next strategy is I don't have the upgrade for Mesmerize yet that allows me to do 3 people. So I need to identify which of these 3 is not Mesmerized and take that one out first. And it's not always going to be the same one each time. So put the Mesmerize down as I did, walk up, assess the situation, and take out the one that is not Mesmerized.
The mansion has a strange beauty to it.
All right, so as we enter the mansion, you're going to notice that I'm going to pick up a bottle to break the window in the skyline. The reason for this is because if you break this with any other method, you'll alert the Clockwork soldiers, and you'll alert Jindosh that you're in the mansion. One of the benefits of following what I do here is that you'll reduce the amount of Clockwork soldiers that are active in the level, at least up until the point where you take out Jindosh. And by using this approach, you'll also get the Silence achievement, which is taking out Jindosh without him ever knowing that you were in the mansion to begin with.
Maybe when the weather turns, I'll have my man plant to... Do you think this thing can see what we're doing?
No. What in the void?
Where did you disappear to?
Chance, I'm going to ask for a transfer to the Grand Palace. Shouldn't I? I deserve as much.
So another quick note here, specifically in this room, I'm going to go down with this table, and I'm going to do this all in one go, meaning I'm going to grab what I need and get out before the reconfiguration is complete. If for whatever reason you are not able to do that, make sure that when you come back up, it's in this orientation with the pool table on the top. This will make the basement section a little bit easier later on.
You'd think at these prices, the man wouldn't keep us waiting.
There's only one Kieran Jindosh. He can charge whatever he likes. Besides, you're rich enough to afford a couple of the Clockworks. I happen to know you don't.
Who's there?
I think it's not you.
Alright, so once these two are stowed away, I'm going to go ahead and loot the area, and then I'm going to put down a mine, basically right at the start of this hallway. This is for the Clockwork soldier that was up against the wall. Once we do Jindosh and we come back through these areas, that Clockwork soldier is going to be active, and that'll just take him out so that I don't have to worry about him patrolling through the area. So make sure that you put that down. Also, it's important that you have the upgrade for those stun mines where it does 2 shocks. If you do not, it will not destroy the Clockwork soldier. If you didn't get the upgrade at the black market like I did earlier, that's okay. You can use 2 stun mines. You can put one there and then one further down the hall. Or if you don't have 2 mines or you don't want to use 2 mines, you could put 1 mine where I did, and then a little bit further down you could put a I think they're called spring razor trap mine or whatever. You could put that down, and both of those together will take it out as well. So I also want to note here, the reason why I didn't use the elevator to come up to this floor and why I climbed up is because using the elevator, when it gets up to this floor, it does that little chime ding saying that it's reached the floor right when it starts to open the doors. That will alert the Clockwork soldier that's up here roaming around, and I don't want to do that. So I laid down the stun mine, and essentially the strategy is that I need to sleep Jindosh right when this Clockwork soldier is about to walk into the mine. And the way that that works in practice is you'll see the Clockwork soldier will walk around, and he'll stop just short of the mine. When he stops just short of the mine, that's when I'm going to take Jindosh out. Because at that point, he'll be far enough away that he won't respond to the dialogue that Jindosh says.
Can't you do your jobs and protect me, you idiots?
Kieran Jindosh. is this thing?
What was that?
The electroshock machine should work now.
Well, the machine should enter active state now. End of sleep phase. Clockwork is scouting.
comforting about this.
Alright, so as I had mentioned earlier, you'll see that as I rotate over to the right here, I've got a direct line to blink over. If you don't put that table down that I mentioned earlier, and you have the pull table down instead, that whole section will be blocked off and you won't be able to get like a nice teleport over, which means that the civilians will potentially see you and then you'll have to deal with them. So I just wanted to be sure to clarify what I was talking about earlier with them being in the right orientation. Now, hiding these guards is very, very important because once I rescue Sokolov, there are going to be 3 guards that come down the elevator to this basement level. So do not forget to hide those bodies. I did that in one of my runs and ended up losing the run because it screwed everything up.
If this plays, the machine is recharging the magnetic coil. Assessment chamber reconfiguring. Standing by. Configuration B. Adapting to layout. At this point, the Clockwork is scouting.
Too bad it had to come to this, Jindosh.
Alright, so as we make it back into the station, I do not want to pull out the wall of light yet. Pulling out the wall of light will cause the witches to change their pattern. Well, really only one. It causes one of the witches to come into the station to investigate. And I don't want that. I want them to all stay where they are. So make sure that you do not take out the wall of light. Take these witches out first, and then I can go back and do all the stuff that I mentioned before. Looting the ticket booth and going and looting the black market.
No, that's not what she said. It's Delilah. It's very specific. Very specific.
I'm glad to see you well. A deal.
So I'm going to get one upgrade here. This upgrade is specific to a strategy that I have to do in mission 7. So make sure that you get this upgrade if you want to copy that strategy.
You did it. Let's go then.
The void, but somehow different this time. Am I dreaming? If not, how is Delilah doing this?
We're older. Perhaps next year.
You said that last year. Jessamine is younger than me, and she's a court every day.
Business, well, it's complicated. We'll understand someday.
What did I do? Oh, good. I swear.
Next year, I promise.
Jessamine and I played games.
I didn't bring it.
Would you like to tell me what you did?
We were just playing.
Young lady Jessamine, what's your name?
It was her. Delilah's life. She broke it.
Mother and I saw.
My mother's sick. She needs help.
Your mother kicked off while you were out begging. She's another bag of bones now, girl.
What? No!
Your sentence is served and she'll be tossed out with the others. You can't stay here anymore.
It's hard to know whether my dear old aunt is telling the truth or not. When I was
I'm with you, even in the void.
Anton.
We'll take the skiff. I don't want to bring the dreadful Wale any closer than we have to. There is a small dock in Syria Gardens, close to the Conservatory. That's as far as I can take you. Ready to go?
Yes, let's go.
Furniture workshop.
How long do we have to wait?
As long as it takes. We'll be picking up balusters and spindles made of zirconin umberwood.
I thought the old Duke Theodanis outlawed umberwood export to protect the trees.
I can't keep track of all the decrees. Clients refurbishing their gazebo, adding an exotic southern touch.
I don't get it. When I went to Dunwall, I brought back a river brush.
So quick note on the window that I'm going to break here for these items. Make sure that you break the one that I break on the left. If you break the other one on the right, then that will pull one of the guards that I pickpocketed earlier over here to investigate.
No. The technical officer came by and said it was fine. He looked at the wall of light, then climbed up to check the windmill.
Hey.
What's that?
Wait.
It's saying something.
There's something comforting about this.
Taken right from the
It's
What's the matter?
nothing.
You saw something?
So tired.
I had a few coins on me.
I was pretty sure I took it with me.
Sure makes.
Nerves are shot. Something unsavory going on. I'm getting good and drunk after this.
Did I close my locker before coming out? Last time I left it open, someone left a hagfish in my jacket pocket.
Gotta keep my mind on
Come on! I don't have time for games.
What in the void?
Am I seeing things?
know.
It looks familiar somehow.
Like it's looking right inside me. I thought I was supposed to be doing. Never mind. Where did I put that thing?
What's that?
What's going on here?
Hey, I've been waiting for you.
Welcome to my shop. Say, and welcome back. Please, take your time. I'm certain you will be satisfied with your purchase. No need to wrap it for you, I suppose. An excellent choice. Farewell, and do take care out on the streets.
Conservatory. What do those walls hide?
The new Empress sits on the throne in Dunwall. Our rightful ruler will never find out what happened.
What was that?
Forever. Some traitors. Her claims to morally. Treasonization skulking in the cold. No matter how many of you I have to sacrifice, we'll fight for delight.
Breathe around here.
by the Grand Draconic Guard. Let me answer all of this rabble at once. Disloyalty and sedition will not be tolerated. Look at Duncan Bales, my friend. He's a patriot, a man who won't stop until he has turned a bit of this land's silver into shining coins. I asked him to double the number of mine workers, and he did. No questions, no complaints. Tanaka needed miners, and he produced them. There! That's the Draconic spirit.
Put my feet up. I'm hungry. No one knows what's happened. Could be anything. I just gotta watch my own back.
Is that my... I'm smelling? Maybe my teeth are due for their monthly cleaning. Void? And the shame. Just looking.
What's that smell? Is it the fountain?
Yeah, the water gets nasty sometimes. It flows from the fountain to the conservatory basement. There was... What's that?
Huh? What's that? Wait!
The conservatory.
All right, so as we get inside the conservatory, the first thing I'm going to do is pick up the lenses. And I'm going to move right to disabling basically every enemy in the area to include the target. So I'm going to go ahead and get the non-lethal out of the way. And the reason for this is because it makes all of the witches unconscious, which means I can just run around the conservatory without having to deal with any enemies, minus some blood flies. So highly suggest you do this first. It will make your visit to the conservatory a lot easier.
Ashworth's journal might tell me more about why Delilah can't be killed.
So unfortunately, up until I started working on the no powers run, I did not realize that you could completely get into this room without the key, without going to the door. And it's just right behind this bookshelf to the right. There's a little vent that you can go into, and you'll push up against that bookshelf and it'll just move right out of the way. So if you're copying this, don't do what I do here. It is more risky because you have to go by the blood flies. You just go through that little slot on the right side of the room, and makes it real easy.
Welcome back. I see you found the Come in, my friend. Always a delight to see you. An excellent choice. Visit again soon. And keep a close watch.
Yes, let's go. Take me back to the dreadful... For
Am I worrying about?
I need to know why
What's that? Ready now?
Ready.
We'll take Megan's skiff closer.
Find Megan once you reach the Dust District.
None of our squads patrol through the Dust District anymore.
Orders from the Duke. We're losing too many people. Good soldiers blinded by that hallucinogenic powder they used. Then stabbed to death or dragged down by the Abbey's
She
hounds.
says. Then she'll
One
leave
young
them.
lieutenant got hit by an overseer grenade. That was it. He was one of the Duke's distant cousins.
I hope they accept my transfer. I've got to get on the
Dust from the mines.
I've been doing...
Been told that people are complaining about dust from the mines falling on the city. Yes, war is expensive.
Oh, hello. At first I thought you were one of Paolo's gang, but you don't look so bad up close.
Alright, so it's going to be very important for me to take out these two howlers in the black market. And this is because if I let them go, they will be the only two enemies in Paolo's like compound area that will float around, meaning they will walk through the entire area of enemies. And so obviously I don't want that to happen. I would prefer to have enemies be static. That way the strategy will just always be the same as I go through it. Having people roam around complicates things, so make sure that you take those enemies out so that later on in this mission, it will make that section of it a lot easier to navigate.
Are you sure you know what you're doing? I studied field tactics with Brother Cardoza in the peninsula. The pirate crews there resort to these same dirty tricks. Seems like a good way to take a dart to the belly. Well, the Howlers aren't known for their caution, but these aren't too hard to deal with. If you've got a steady hand and you know what cables to cut, you've got to do it just right.
All right, so another nice tip here is that we want to make sure that we take out these 4 enemies here. Basically with sleep darts without ever entering the area. Because for whatever reason, if you enter that area, then you'll get 2 more enemies that will spawn in and come from behind you, which for obvious reasons I don't want. So using Mesmerize there, taking them out with sleep darts, skips that trigger so that that never occurs.
Now go.
Overseer hasn't shared his plans with me. He's upstairs now, so I assume we'll learn something before long.
I wage riddle ultra, so the others will not
What's
lose
that?
their way. Is someone there? Are you waiting for me?
You didn't go anywhere after all.
Alright, we're going to put down a stun mine here for one of the enemies later that's going to path through here. Just to make it easier to get his pouch. And so this enemy up here talking to the Vice Overseer is the one that's going to path over and hit that stun mine. So I came here to hit the trigger for the conversation between those two to start. While they're doing that, that'll give me enough time to go through the area and get everything else I need. And then I'll kind of circle back around to the Vice Overseer's office, loot that area. I can grab the pouch off the guy that hits the stun mine, and then I can leave this area and move to the next.
Fatal injuries. Somehow he gets back.
I didn't see the one coming through the window. She was quick.
The Owlers are cowards, brother. But we accounted for 6 of them.
Duke is no friend of ours. He exiled me from the Grand Palace, and he's done everything possible to push the Abbey of the Everyman out of Serkonos. The look on his face when he dismissed me from court. There's something wrong with people who live in palaces for too long.
So just a note, very important to grab that key there. You're going to need it to get the code to the gate from Paolo's compound.
Choking themselves to sleep at night on the dust. It's easy to do, but we both...
Oh, I'll never get used to it.
All right, so for this strategy, I really couldn't find a more consistent way to do this. So when I pull this guy, we need to move off back into the apartment basically as quick as we can. Simply to avoid line of sight on the hound that's down there. Now this will cause the hound to kind of like come down and investigate a little bit. So when I go to leave this apartment, we want to make sure that I'm at least scouting before I go into the open area to make sure the hound's not there. If it is there, then I can just wait and avoid it altogether, or you can kill it and then pick its body up and hide it. But regardless, you want to make sure that you scout this area before coming down, because pulling that guy does kind of alert the area. And I will add that I did try to use some of the powers like Mesmerize or Domino and stuff like that, and just because of the nature of how the enemies are spread out, it makes it such that you can't really guarantee that you're going to get all of them. And so that's why I just kind of said screw it and went with this strategy of just pulling them. But I imagine there's a better way to do this that's more quiet. I just couldn't figure it out.
Come on, let's have a fair fight.
Someone there?
So normally I wouldn't go back and pick these guys up, but I heard the guard say someone there, and so I thought maybe he might wander down into this area. I don't think they're coded to be able to walk into the area, but I think if he gets far enough down, he could potentially see the body, and I didn't want them to detect any bodies, so I went back, scouted it, didn't see anybody, so I figured it was good. So this was the area that I mentioned earlier, the two howlers I took out in the black market would be patrolling through. So this is the reason why I wanted to take them out, because they would flow basically from this side into the side on the right, and you would have to work around their path to take these enemies out, and it just makes everything harder. So there will always be 4 enemies here on the street, and then there will be 3 enemies and a civilian on the right side in that like courtyard area. So I've linked these 3 with Domino. I want to make sure that the guy that's right under me, so the one I was just looking at, is looking away from the girl on the stairs before I get the Domino to activate. Otherwise, he'll see one of the bodies, and again, like, doing no bodies detected has no bearing on any achievement. It's more just like my OCD. I wanted to complete these levels, or find strategies to complete these levels where no bodies were detected. So that's why I'm doing that. If you don't care about that, then a lot of these things I'm doing, you don't necessarily have to do, because I do go out of my way quite a bit just to ensure no bodies are detected.
This must be Paolo's place.
So you're going to see in a second, I'm going to put a stun mine down near the stairs. This is for Paolo. After I take him out the first time, he's going to regenerate and respawn up here. And so that will allow me to take him out non-lethally and collect the bone charms that he drops. Now those last two enemies that I took out, the reason why I took them out the way that I did was because I didn't want to get too close to the window here that I'm about to go through. Because once you get close enough to the window, you start a trigger where Paolo starts having conversation, doing his dialogue, and one of the enemies down there will start to flow up here, as well as the civilian that normally populates out in the courtyard with the 3 enemies that I mentioned earlier. So by not hitting that trigger until I'm ready to come into this area, it allows me to get in position, put the stun mine down. That stun mine will take care of both the enemy that comes up here, which we'll see in a second, and the civilian that's going to come up here. That way I don't have to deal with the civilian floating into the next area, and I don't have to really deal with the enemy that comes up here. I do want to make sure that I grab the bodies though, because if I don't grab the body of this guy, then the civilian will see it and run off and kind of alert everybody. At this point though, like I don't need to worry about the civilian body being discovered. No one else is going to go up there. So I can just go ahead and finish getting everything that I need through this area. Now I end up domino linking the overseer here that they're interrogating. I couldn't get a definitive answer on whether or not this guy will count as bodies detected if you don't knock him out. So I just made sure to link him because again, in my testing, I couldn't get to a definitive answer on that. All right, so we took Paolo out. That means he's going to respawn up there. And eventually, once I make my way back up there, he'll be knocked out from the stun mine. All right, so I finally got Spirit Water, which is probably the most useful bone charm for a run like this, just because it makes it such that, you know, on certain levels, I'll be able to, especially in the Grand Palace, where I will be able to just use as much energy as I want and get it back for free. So if you find that, definitely equip it. It is so incredibly good.
What? Paolo had a mummified hand?
The dust did blow, say way.
What's the matter? You saw something?
Wait.
It's looking right inside me.
I see things.
It looks so familiar somehow.
There's something.
Now we're getting somewhere.
All right, so the door lock code that I'm going to need in a second is always on the rain row. So whatever 2-digit number you get there, you just put it as the last 2 digits here. 4, from my experience, 4 has always been the first one. So that's how to do that quickly. And then just need to loot this and pretty much be done.
I heard the Howlers have taken to robbing honest men. I'd never have thought. I'll take that deal. I shouldn't deal with strangers.
Maybe I should have it looked at. I don't think it's supposed to.
That's what I want.
It worked. The information was correct.
All right, so we made it to mission 7. Now, during the intro, I mentioned that in Dishonored 2, it's not possible to do 100% completion and clean hands playthrough in the same run. And the reason is because during this mission, the developers made it such that to get 52 of the coins in this mission, you have to kill Stilton. So I'll be doing that here so that I can get 100%. However, everything up to this point and everything after this will be done as if it was a Shadow and Clean Hands run. I'll also be releasing a separate run for Flesh and Steel, Shadow, and Clean Hands to cover all the major achievements for this game, since again, it's not possible to do them all in a single run because of the way the game was designed. Anyways, I'll be sure to point out the 52 coins once we get to them.
In and out, like the wind. I think they're afraid.
Collect yourself, Mr. Stilton.
3 years ago, something inside Aramis Stilton snapped like a cheap lock. A part of him and a part of this house never left that evening. The Duke's inner circle are still gathered here, setting their grand plan into motion. Delilah's plan. And a part of Aramis Stilton is always here, still breaking. The Void is not exactly a place, and it's much older and stranger than you could ever know. It watches you from within. And at the heart of Stilton's house, the Void is leaking through a pinprick left behind by Delilah's little trick. Even magic is perverted here, and things don't work like they should. Take this. Imagine it's a kind of timepiece. Go and watch the Duke and Delilah. See for yourself what they did.
By the Void.
We'll be getting started soon. The Duke's beloved is coming back. I dreamed the Duke and I were hunting, but the deer had bases.
Walking when gonna see me.
Stilton's home was quite nice before whatever happened.
Honestly, why does Stilton even... should know. The center of the manor is off limits. Nothing, usually, but the Duke. When no one keeps the rooms clean and dry, the house goes to rot. Stilton wasn't born to all this. Allegedly, he started as a miner.
Guess he's got more important guests. That's more.
That's what we had here.
What will change in the present based on what I do here tonight?
So for this room, I'm going to peek through the keyhole to start the dialogue, and then I'm going to jump up here and wait. For the guard that's in this room, he can do one of two things. He can either finish his conversation and walk out of this room, in which case I would just wait for him to shut the door and then just drop on him. Or he'll go and he'll sit down in the room, which I believe is what he does here. And for that strategy, I just go into the room, go into the bathroom, and kind of get him to move towards me and then take him out. So I just wanted to be sure to explain there's two different scenarios that can take place here. Alright, so for the next strategy, I'm going to come out here, I'm going to go into the past, and then I'm going to walk until I get the gray alert. It's very important for this strategy that you do that the right way, meaning you only walk for a short distance where you get the gray alert. If you get it to go all the way up to white, it's going to pull every single guard that's in this room, which is a total of 4. You only want it to pull the one that paths around in the room. The other 3 always sit static. So using that strategy is a good way to get that single guard that walks around out of there. So then I can always do the same strategy, which you'll see here shortly, on the 3 that are always static in the room. And this will also be the area where I explained earlier that I was buying one of the upgrades for the stun mine for a specific strategy. That's going to be right here. I'm going to go up here and get the bone charm, and then after that you'll see what that strategy is. Alright, so since I don't have the bone charm that allows my stun mine to affect a greater distance, the strategy that you're going to see here is the default one. So I basically place the mine for these 2, and then right when it goes off, the audio happens, I'm going to sleep that guy. If I did have the bone charm that affected a greater distance, I could put that right under the table and it would shock all three of them because of the upgrade that I got and because the bone charm would allow it to extend out to cover all three of those guards.
I wonder what I was doing in Dunwall on this night. Or what I am doing.
So what I'm doing right now is originally intended to get you the combination to the safe, but the combination to the safe is always the same every playthrough. So the reason we're gonna burn the hound here is to open the door in the present. So make sure that you do that. I'll also say that the strategy that I end up using here is kind of outdated. In going through the no powers run, I came up with a much better strategy for this. So you can reference that run when I release it, specific to this section. But essentially what it is you just walk forward and the hound is always in the same spot. At least the first one is. The second one will kind of roam around. So there's no need to do this like shooting the gun to like kind of draw it in so that I can kill it. All I have to do is simply just walk forward and it will always be in the same spot. And then there's a follow-up strategy if you want to kill the second one, where you would go into where the pool is, the pool area, and you would basically just get right up against the window that looks into the room that is across from it, and that's where the second hound will be, and you could just shoot that one. So that strategy is much, much better. Obviously, you're not going to see that strategy here because at the time that I did this run, it didn't exist. But I did want to mention it just in case anybody's looking to do this in a better way.
Can't get...
to listen to one more complaint, I'm just going to burst.
Last a day. Ah, poor kid. Why do I always have to be right?
I'm hungry. I hope they accept my transfer. I've got to get over to one of the other districts.
Drop it gently. It's silver. It's not going to break.
Alright, so the way that I get up here to this rune, I do want to add, this is not developer intended, at least to my knowledge, where you can just kind of climb up here. I don't even know why this works, honestly. It seems like it's way too high up, but the way that I think that is supposed to be done is getting the crank and going in there and, you know, go between past and future. You get the water level to come down and it pulls that thing down so you can just stand up and grab it. But that does work. Obviously, you saw it. All you have to do there is just kind of swim towards it and just mash the jump button. And eventually you'll climb up onto it. And so I'm just coming back here because I forgot this when we were in the room. I should have gotten that when we were doing the safe.
I'd bet a week's wages this is the worst assignment.
Isn't it dinner time yet?
We must be close to the center now.
That looks like reinforced glass. Was there a break-in?
Nothing of the sort. We're just renovating for Mr. Stilton.
His windows went out of style? These rich choffers drive me nuts.
Stilton just worries about his home and about how he speaks and dresses. Always afraid of making some mistake, socially speaking.
That's no way to live. Not even comfortable in your own skin. I'll let you get back to it.
Something is wrong here. Even the air feels off.
Alright, so for the guards in this room, I want to make a little note that what happens here can vary wildly. And what I mean by that is the strategy will always start the same, where you shoot that bottle to get all of their attention, and then they're going to wander. And that's where things can vary wildly. I've had it where none of them leave this room. I've had it where one does, which is what usually happens. One will leave. And then, you know, shortly thereafter, one or two of the remaining ones will then come into this room. I've also had it where all of them kind of just flow in here together. So The general strategy, the ideal strategy, is that one flows in like he did. I'm able to take him out, and then I'll go back into the room, and both of the enemies will come in here to investigate, and then eventually they will give up, and one will go to leave the room, and the other one will go back into the room that they came from. And so then you could take them out one by one. In the event that all three of them come in this room, you're not really going to be able to stagger take them out. So two of them will ultimately leave this room and go into the greater mansion, and then they'll go on default patrol paths. None of those patrol paths will interfere with anything that we need to do. So if that's what happens, which is what's happening here, we can just let them go. We do not need to worry about them. And because the one that I took out earlier is the one that would normally come back into this room, it's clear I don't need to worry about it. But if he did come in here, what he'll do is he'll sit down in the chair that was to my right there, and you would just climb up onto the objects that are behind it, swap to the past, and then you would just do a drop takedown to take him out.
Doing your job.
Yes, ma'am.
Can't hear you.
All right, so for the Hound here, it can be a little bit of a pain to get this to work. I honestly don't know exactly how this is coded. What seemed to work for me was that I would get into a position, it would start barking at the blood flies, and then as long as I didn't move, it would reset. And what I mean by reset is it would stop the barking and then turn around and walk and do its pathing, which is what it's doing right now. Ultimately, this is what you need to happen, so you can take out the far one and then take out this one without them seeing each other. But again, at its core, I don't know what the logic is there in the game code. Basically, I just kind of sit there and wait for it to kind of reset and do its default pathing back.
find more. Huh?
Bury me. 12 weeks out of sea. But tonight is was.
This is to keep you from seeing whatever drove you into a nightmare tonight. By rendering Stilton unconscious.
Okay, so we're going to take Stilton up to the main door where we came into this area from the main mansion. And I'm basically going to place him on the floor. So the way this level works is there are quite different scenarios and outcomes based on whether you let him live, you kill him, whatever, right? So before I can take him out, I need to go do some things in the mansion that are easier to do now and only accessible now. And then I can come back and kill him. Once I kill him, there will be some areas that are cut off, I won't be able to access, and it makes some things harder to do. So that's what you're going to see here. We're going to go to Stilton's office, which once you kill him, no longer exists. And I'm also going to go to the kitchen and I'm going to get some, well, not just the kitchen, but there's some workers down in the main lobby and the kitchen that have coins. I'm going to get those before we kill Stilton, because once we kill him, none of those people exist anymore. So we need to make sure that we do those things before we take him out. Otherwise, we would not be able to 100% this level.
By the stars. This is more exciting than any orgy I've ever attended. Do it now!
Returned from the cold, from forever.
He lives.
How curious. It seems to have worked.
My spirit is safe now, inside me.
Working another.
You.
It's a
This is what you get for not standing.
Alright, so the first of those 52 coins that we can only get if Stilton is dead is right here. So that pouch. And then the last of the 52 coins is right here. So the ones that are on the floor and the pouch. And that's it. So those coins that I just called out, those are the only things that you miss out on if you don't kill Stilton. Again, unfortunately, to 100%, truly 100% the game, we have to kill him to get those coins.
very edges of the void. But this one is special. It's the place where my throat was cut 4,000 years ago. This is where my life ended, and where it began again. It's where they made me.
This part of the void feels older.
I thought I'd find a way to escape. I fought, but the wounds only cut my skin, so I went limp. And then the knife touched my throat, and I knew I'd waited too long. The blood ran out, and I became a god. Now you know Delilah's secret. At the end of her days, she drifted through the void and should have been lost forever. But her will and cunning are second to none. She found this place. The island in the void where I became what I am. It changed her, and she discovered a way to draw from it, tapping into the power here. Delilah is a part of me now, and I don't like it. You have to give Delilah credit. She tore out a piece of herself and hid it away, inside a thing made of bones. She's made herself immortal. If you want to kill Delilah, you're going to have to find her spirit and give it back to her. Reaching it won't be easy, but what comes after that might be the hardest thing you will ever have to do.
The world contains more mysteries than I imagined.
All right, so heading back to the Dust District, if you didn't kill Stilton, there would be, I think it's 4 or 3 bone charms and a rune to get here. I do get those in my no powers run, just to show where they are for completion. So when that run gets released, you can reference that run for the locations of those things. But otherwise, those items aren't going to exist because we did kill Stilton, so there's nothing for me to get here. I just need to get back to the boat. And it seems I was having a bit of an issue getting the prompt to pop up so I could choke this guy out.
I'm sure it's nothing. Someone just heard a dog barking or something.
Are you ready to leave? The dust is reeking.
Yes, I found a way to get around Paolo and Byrne, and I've been to Stilton's house. Let's go.
Can feel it. This is my last night.
I can't believe it's taken this long for someone to go after the Duke. Should we head toward the palace?
Let's get underway.
At the palace.
That's why they call it the black market. Can't just sit here. Too much chance a Grand Guard catches on to us, or maybe rightful owners coming to pick it up.
What's the delay getting to the shop?
All right, so after I get these coins, there's going to be 2 guards up ahead. And it is very important that we take these guys out. These two guards will wander up this road, and then they start doing a path where they wander around the area. Absolutely, we do not want that for the later part of this section because they just complicate everything. So make sure you take these guys out now. That way you don't make things harder for yourself later.
Help me. You're a good one. You know, there's a see you sometime.
Now we're getting somewhere. Yes!
Oh, no,
There's
no.
no such permit, Captain. I know the laws in Karnaca.
Laws change. The Duke's given the Grand Guard leeway to create new fees when needed. You know who else had a nice shop? That clockmaker.
Serafina? Her shop burned down.
Yeah, my report said it was probably the Howlers, but no one knows how the fire started.
Captain, her brother died in that fire.
Asleep inside, drunk from what I remember. You've got until tomorrow to pay up.
Somewhere.
All right, so as soon as we walk into this alley, we're going to hear a conversation start. That conversation is a trigger for two guards to spawn in at the boat. Likewise, the two civilians that were down at that boat are going to be dead. I need to get back to that boat as quickly as I can to intercept these guards so they don't take all of the loot and move it to the apartment building. So the only real note here is do not take these guards out and leave them on the floor of the boat. That's why I'm using Mesmerize here, because there is a small chance that if you leave them on the ground, because of the way the water flows and hits the boat, sometimes that water can clip through the boat and end up on the floor of the boat. And likewise, if you leave those guards there, they could drown and then they die. So make sure that you choke them out and you put them on the top of the boat. That way that cannot possibly happen.
I need new boots. Just don't fit right.
People here see you sometime.
Daddy what he wants.
Sight is crooked cock.
Sir Conan wine is better than Tivian prisons.
And better Crystolian clap than Morellian gout. All right.
All right, so up ahead, there's going to be 5 howlers for me to deal with in various areas around the black market. These will only show up if you've looted all of the black markets up to this mission. If you don't do that, then these enemies are not going to be here. So if you're 100%ing the game, then you're going to have this scenario. So you would just deal with these enemies the way that you see me dealing with them now.
You.
Honest shopkeepers don't stand a chance in this city. Oh, I'm sorry. Please, come in. Very good. A deal well made. A pleasure to do business. Ah, you want blueprints for better weaponry. Perhaps I should close the shop until the dust settles.
We've got to get over to one of
The
the other
overseers are
districts.
still waging war against the Howlers in the Dust District, despite
Double V, X, Y's, and Z's. Now I got my A's and Z's. Tell me what you think of me.
It's looking
There's something
right inside.
comforting about this.
Transfer inland. Relocation denied.
Look on the bright side. The pay is better here than anywhere else, and we get to do the job how we see fit. Nobody's pestering us with forms and procedures anymore. We collect the fees we want, give out the beatings when they're needed.
Just don't want my kids.
I miss
Reapply next month. The command staff changes constantly. New officers, new rules. Spread a few coins here and there among the officers.
Sometimes the Duke's friends do some strange shit.
Really? Like what?
One night, someone up there decided it'd be funny to throw down food at us. I got hit in the face with a pineapple. Then a whole roasted pig came down and split the boat in half. It was raining apples and meat pies. All sorts of nice food floating around in the water.
Damn. People in the city starving. Life's just not the same when you live up there, is it?
Cage of flesh. The palace. Maybe I can find another way to neutralize the Duke.
No, not at all. But how do you know which one is the Duke? I don't know where they found that guy with the political decoy job, but he looks and acts just like the Duke. I can't tell them apart.
There are subtle differences.
All right. Assuming you can pick out Duke Luca, how are we gonna get his key?
You leave that to me. Who knows what he's got in that vault? We'll be halfway to Bristol and rich before he's nursing the next day's hangover.
Yeah, that's a good plan, the way this place is run. And you're sure he always keeps the key with him?
I'm sure. We'll do it tomorrow night when there's only one squad scheduled for patrol. Just be ready.
Assigned to protect the Duke's quarters?
Nope. As long as it's not me, I don't care. It's never any fun.
I'm not sure who's worse, the Duke or his body double. One's half likely to have you flogged for looking at him wrong. The other might just bore you to death.
All right, so up ahead is going to be an officer and a hound. And the way that I'm going to deal with these, I want to be sure to explain, only works because I have the familiar scent bone charm. If I didn't have that, I would have to do this a bit of a different way, which would be to basically sleep the guard and then shoot the hound, because I would not be able to get this close without alerting the hound. Now for the guard up ahead that's up against the rail, depending on how he's orientated, I have to do this a different way. So because he's sitting on the rail, I have to take him out via an air takedown. If he wasn't sitting on the rail, I could just sleep dart him. Unfortunately, because of the way this game works, if I was to sleep dart him when he's sitting on the rail, he would, for whatever reason, automatically die. So I can't do that. So make sure that you pay attention to what orientation that guard is in, and then use the appropriate strategy to handle him.
I do think the officers should get extra rations. We work harder, and we come from better families. I should think that's just obvious.
I feel so bad. I haven't seen the kids in 2 years.
All right, so up ahead, there's going to be 2 civilians sitting up against the wall having a discussion. I need to wait for this discussion to finish so that the lady on the right will get up and walk away from this area before I can continue.
Commence lens refocus.
We've been playing every day for weeks now. All of this to entertain us.
All right, so up ahead here, you're going to notice that I'm going to see someone start to take alert to me. That will only happen if the Duke or his body double is in the throne room. Now, the reason why I path over here to begin with is outside of like the loot and stuff is because very early on, this will give me information on exactly where the Duke is, this letter. So I know that he's going to be in his chambers on the 4th floor. that means that the body double is the one that's in the throne room. So getting that note will eliminate the, like, is this the Duke? Is this the body double? And now, because of the way this level is designed, the Duke can be in one of 5 different places, and so can the body double. So being able to narrow that down and exactly know where one of the two is very, very helpful. So make sure that you pick up that note. So what I'm doing now is I'm just trying to get this guard to see me so he can come in here. That way I can go ahead and just take out one of the 2 that's in the room.
Is that my breath I'm smelling? Maybe my teeth are due for their monthly cleaning.
Don't look so disappointed. It's not about merit. The inner circle is packed with the Duke's pets.
Lickspittles. At least I'm not one of them.
Exactly. And think, when all this fighting over thrones is settled, the Duke's going to need men to take charge in the Northern Isles. By this time next year, you could be in charge of Windown or Freeport.
Where even the most desirable have skin like pale slugs.
That's what the brandy's for. Outsiders! Look at Clock! See, I told you.
There you are.
Why should I?
Tired of all this hullabaloo. I pay good money to make sure things like this don't happen.
This.
And what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to get this conversation to start. I think I have to move a little bit over to the right, though. I think I'm too far to the left. Yeah, there we go. That just makes it so that when I'm ready to go loot the lady that's in that area, she'll already be in the right position. Now, for the strategy that I'm about to do, this guard that I'm going to pull is kind of a 50-50. Sometimes it will alert the other guy, sometimes it won't. If it alerts the other one, it really doesn't matter. He'll just run up here, and then you can just pull him too. Or drop, take down, or whatever you want to do. But in the event that he doesn't respond, which is what happened here, then I'm just going to go over to this side, and we'll take him out.
Whiskey or something. Maybe one of them 2-penny drinks.
All right, so now I just need to determine what the location of that last officer is. She was standing right here below me, but she's not here now, so I know that she's outside on the left near the pool. So that's going to mean that I'm going to be able to go ahead and do my normal strategy to get into the throne room. The throne room does have one of the pylons in there, the arc pylons. And so I need to disable it before I can get in there to talk to the body double.
What was he expecting? The Empress? What a fool.
And right now I'm just trying to verify that the officer is indeed not in the room. And so I see her standing there. I got my confirmation, and now I can go ahead and continue on.
I don't make my bed, ever. That's what servants are for.
No offer to bow, or...
Listen, I think you're the Duke's buck.
Don't raise an alarm. You've got to keep things calm for this to work.
Looking across the bay.
You won't see any else this far south. They like the colder, deeper water.
We get a few, but not today. Besides, I'm more interested in getting a boat, or maybe catching a glimpse of something going on at Addermire.
This is the life, isn't it? Being a friend of the Duke's has its advantages.
My mother's old money. So, to tell you the truth, it's the only life I've known.
After last time?
No.
These impertinence. No one says no to me. Not if they expect to pay.
That's nothing. Worse than
She'd spare her blood and feathers.
2 more months, she says. Then she'll leave.
What was that?
What in the void?
I'm ashamed. Just looking at it, I'm ashamed.
All right, so earlier I had mentioned that because I have the Spirit Water Bone Charm, this was going to be huge for the run. And I had specifically mentioned this mission, and this was why. Right here on this bar tab, you could basically just fill up your void energy really quick, as you can see there. So essentially I have infinite energy now, at least on this level.
Feels so empty right. now.
And I gave him one. But then if I eat it, no, if he eats it, then what? Maybe I should just work a double shift, so I don't have to listen to him tell me about how good it was at the Duke's farm. I'm sure it's nothing. Someone just heard a dog bark or something. Of course, now we're all on edge.
All right, so for this next area, I'm going to go ahead and look through the keyhole, and I'm looking for a blue shirt guard to be here. I know he's going to be a blue shirt guard because we know where the real Duke is at. Unfortunately, he's not standing here, which, gosh, I don't know, 99% of the time, I look through this peephole, he's just right there. I need him to be standing here before I can go forward. Because I don't want to open the door and start moving, and then he kind of pops up and then sees me. If I remember correctly, though, like, I wait like 2 minutes here or something crazy. It was a long time, and he just didn't show up. So unfortunately, I had to take the risk because I thought maybe the game had bugged and he didn't spawn in, or maybe he was bugged and stuck on an object, like just walking into an object or something. So that's what you're going to see here. Eventually, I'm going to go forward. If I remember correctly, I think I teleport up to the light fixture on the ceiling, which if you're up there, they can't see you. So really the risk is opening the door and then the time it takes to teleport up there. So normally I wouldn't sleep this guy. I wouldn't even deal with this guy where he is. But I do see that the maid is walking past the line of sight. So that's why I go ahead and sleep him. And then I can take her out. Normally I would just open that door. Like I mentioned earlier, he'd just be standing there with his back to me. I would walk up and pull him back into the doorway that I had opened. And then I would go find the maid.
Sometimes a man just needs time. So, my responsibilities weigh upon me.
This must be the key to the Duke's vault.
Damn it. I need to pee.
Huh?
I've always hoped I'd see the other isles. I've heard the wages in Tibia are twice what we make here.
Weeks of nuking up hardtack on a ship just to freeze your
Let's see what Duke Abel keeps hidden away in here.
Alright, so as soon as the safe is open, we're going to teleport right to the tree and interact with it. Interacting with this tree will automatically stop the Clockwork Soldier being able to see you. And then coming out of this cutscene, it will automatically die.
feedback loop.
There. Now to wait.
You survived the Grand Palace. So, is that it? The fall of Karnaca?
From now on, the Duke will be guided by better stars.
Back to the dreadful Wale, then, and on toward Dunwall.
Yes, at long last. To take back the throne, and find a way to save my father.
Ready, then?
Take me back to the ship.
All right. As you want.
Him.
There you are. I wanted a chance to talk.
Megan is waiting for you on the deck outside. She seemed cagey earlier, even more than usual.
I made a vow I wouldn't come back.
Megan. I can't. If old Samuel could see me now.
All right, so final mission. Really the only thing that's difficult in this first section of this mission are the hounds that roam the main street. Now, they're not going to roam until I hit the trigger, but the amount of hounds that roam down that street change from playthrough to playthrough. I've had it as few as 1, and I've had it as many as 4. I've never had more than 4, and I've never had 0. But I've had 1, I've had 2, 3, and 4. So for not necessarily for the achievements, because bodies found or bodies detected don't count against your achievements, as I mentioned earlier. But for my own OCD, I didn't want any. And this made it very difficult because you almost had to wait until the last possible moment and just hope that there wasn't like a stuck hound that was going to turn the corner when you took out the ones that were on the street, for example. Unless you saw 4. If I saw 4, then I knew that that was it. There was only 4. And for this run, I can't remember how many there were. I don't believe it was a small number, so it was either 3 or 4. But the way that I like to deal with it is just basically to get up onto the tracks here. And then to kind of deal with how spread out they usually tend to be, I throw down a mesmerize to stop them. And this will give me a chance to kind of evaluate how many. So I can see there's 4, 1 all the way in the back, and then the ones that were caught in the mesmerize. And this helped me to ensure that like I didn't have any bodies found where I would kill a hound and then another hound would see it.
Oh, but you've hit 3 and I've only hit 1. I might have to practice on every building on the street.
Why not? No one to stop us from tearing up everything in the city.
Dear old Dad says that Emmett Lark built this place.
Oh, who cares who built it? Old Lady Grithers lived here when I was growing up. She's gone now, trampled underfoot in one of those riots.
That's a bad way to go.
The trick is to die in bed, belly full of whiskey. That's how I'm gonna go out. You watch.
No, I'm thinking it's a belly full of stab wounds for you, throwing up blood in an alley.
Hello? Please. Not much.
I don't know how. Welcome back. The city is falling apart. Come back next time you need something.
Bastard should have been here an hour ago. He has no magic. I could put a spike through his...
It's gotta be here somewhere. I paid good money for the tip-off.
Welcome.
Okay, so as I climb to the top of the tower here, what I'm looking for is a witch. So I see that the witch is on the other balcony. This witch can be in one of three places. So she can either be where she was there on the other balcony. She can be standing on the balcony that I climb up to, usually facing away, like going towards the door. And honestly, she's usually glitched. She's like walking into the door. Or she can be in the room that I went into for the bone charm and just laying on the floor dead. I have no clue what prompts any of those scenarios. I just know that those three scenarios can exist. All right, so when I go to open this door, I want to make sure that I'm up on this like rail area to avoid the trap that goes off.
That's a shame.
What else? 8 hands sift and 8 hands blend. Make the pigments block the wind. Fingers stained blue and blush. Conjure rainbows for a brush. Ancient mud and stinking clay. Yellow dyes for golden day. 6 hands sift and 6 hands blend. Make the pigments block the wind.
Dried out, but that makes it easier to collect. Less messy. You can still smell it.
How much of the algae does Our Lady Delilah want? And what's it for? Tell me. I won't let the secret slip.
She just needs a bit, and if you promise to keep your tongue in your head, I'll tell you. It's part of her new undertaking. A painting to end all paintings, she says. Some great new magics she's concocting.
After taking Dunwall Tower itself, what more could our mistress want?
Delilah wants the whole world, love. The seas around it and the stars above it.
Delilah's hatred for my mother knows no end.
Worthy dear, is that a ship I see in the mist?
She was spending all of it.
If Delilah's in the throne room, I can use the elevator to reach her.
No, you idiot. You don't eat hagfish with a small fork. What low-born family brought a miserable oaf like you into this world? Sorry.
Why is there a tree in the middle of the chapel? By crafting more corrupt runes, I could disrupt Delilah's painting.
Still idling, take this opportunity to back-charge second coil. Idling, commence lens refocus.
Clockwork thing is still out there somewhere. Got to listen for it coming.
The machine is recharging the magnetic coil. If this plays, the machine is recharging the magnetic coil.
Gotta be something nice. Something no one else has thought of. Maybe something with gull's eyes, or the bladder of a cat. What is this then?
It makes me furious seeing the tower like this. Secret chamber leads up to the
You will take me back and die at my hands.
Is this Ramsay? This is the world she dreams about. If I put Delilah on the throne, the painting should trap her in her own fantasy world. You wanted to rule a world of your own, Delilah. So...
And with that button press, the run is complete. So if you've stuck with me to this point, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the gift of your time and attention. I hope this no damage run was both educational and insightful for you to watch. If you enjoyed this run, please take a moment to like the video. It's an easy way for you to support my content and help me get these runs out to more people. Also, if you're interested in similar content, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you never miss a new run being released. If you'd like to interact with me or the community, be sure to join the Discord. The link for that and all of my socials are in the description section below. I still need to let this play until it reaches the credits, but thank you again for watching, and I hope to see you on the next one.
Forever, as she sailed the ocean with a great fleet and trekked across the Pendician wastes. While in the true capital, Emily the Just, Emily the Clever, ruled for decades over a prosperous, mended empire with Corvo Attano by her side. In his day, Anton Sokolov fired the engines of industry, hurtling the empire into a more sophisticated age. He dallied with nobles, wayward artists, and great inventors alike, drinking in all that life could offer. Leaving Dunwall for the last time, he headed to the cold north, contented at last, on a final voyage to take him home. There are things that never change, no matter how hard you try. Questions you must answer. As Megan Foster faded from the world, Billy Lurk stepped from her shadow, setting out to discover her truest self, and seeking the closest thing she'd ever known to family.